Hello.
Hello.
Here we are again. Hello, Cunardo.
Yep, Cunardo.
Great to see you right here, right now.
Right here, right now.
I wasn't gonna do it.
You did it. You started it. What did you expect was gonna happen? Like, you've met me.
Look at us, we're perfectly on time. Right between 8 and 8:30.
That's not quite right. We were also... Our stream scheduled time is 7:30. You know that, right?
We've changed it for a bit.
It's been temporarily...
Oh! Good luck with dinner.
Good luck with dinner. Hopefully we won't get into anything too juicy while you're gone.
Oh my god. Thank you for
Oh my goodness.
for subscribing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's Ganondordos for the socket. Oh,
Yeah,
Ganondordos.
of course.
Of course, we have them. I forgot. That's a thing.
It's true. Then they
So
did.
thank you for rejoining us.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did.
They did a whole lot of.
A whole lot of. No, I had to.
Me neither.
No.
I don't know how subs work. It's like
yeah.
I'm a fucking Twitch noob.
Yeah.
I don't want to say boomer. I'm just a noob.
Yeah.
Boomers seem to have a better idea of how Twitch works than I
Really?
do. Right, don't they?
How many boomers do you know?
Actually, are there even boomers on Twitch?
I have no idea.
I think you would expect
Probably.
some of them to be pretty successful.
You'd think.
Actually, I don't think I want to know.
Speaking of boomers and Twitch, and
Mhm.
I was thinking about my forgetfulness, like last week, was it? Yeah, last week. Where I just completely forgot that the bits and pieces were off the pocket watch and not the gun, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking, like, okay, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I mean, it's possible that it's already happened, that our generation is going to start watching people live streaming their descent into dementia.
I didn't expect when I loaded the game to do this.
Autoplay? Okay, well, we'll just...
Actually, yeah. Pardon me. Okay, sorry then. Like, anyway,
Well, that's fine.
let's
We
continue
didn't miss
talking.
much.
No.
But yeah, like, are people going to start basically unwittingly live streaming descent into, like, dementia
Yes,
at some point?
I think so. That's
Like-
gonna be a case. So it's like we're gonna be like.
I mean, it's common enough that that's going to just be a thing that maybe we got there already and you don't remember.
No, I think it's because we quit after the to be continued, and then I loaded it, so it's like hello right after the to be continued. Wait, no.
Yeah, maybe we did. I wouldn't know.
Well, because I will argue, no, that never happened.
That never happened. I'll be like, oh, yeah, okay. I believe you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a horrifying, I mean, it really horrified me as a concept.
Yeah, thanks for that thought.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for, right? Horror. We're at the peak Pokemon villain part for Strongheart. Yes. He's even done the thing with his arms a couple times. He's just straight up gaslight girl bossing us.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is where he's been innocent the whole time. And we've just been really rude to him based on appearances. He's actually responsible for none of it. Iris has been manipulating things.
But Iris
Behind
all
the
along,
scenes
are we different?
From birth. She's 10 years old, right? She's gotta be. He's too English not to be evil. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, that is very true. Still.
Oof. I'm not ready to continue with this case.
No.
I just realised.
No?
I mean, I'm glad that what's her face is back.
Yes.
Sai's daughter.
I can't
Gory.
remember.
Just know that her name is Gory. Something. Hold on, I can't be having this. What's her
Mariah
name?
Gory, I think.
No, that sounds like Mariah Carey, but it is Mariah Gory.
I mean, that's
Maria.
technically Maria Gory.
That's what I was gonna say. Thank you for making me think of Mariah.
You are so welcome.
Why would you do that?
Anytime. All you want for Christmas is a corpse. She does.
She does.
And maybe some new knitting needles.
You know what? I really am not ready for this stream today.
Are you not? Well, we can come back next week if you'd prefer.
No.
It's Ganondordos.
I know! I hope Gandos is okay. I didn't check my Discord today. Yeah, no, I better get on with it because I don't know when if we'll be able to stream much in February.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, streaming is gonna be me in February.
Yeah.
At that point, like, you may or may not.
I may or may not be here.
I mean, be present on stream, not like literally be if you. I will. If you die, I'll kill you.
Yeah, the NHS has randomly dropped a surgery date for me out of fucking nowhere, and it's been one disastrous thing after another to get everything arranged for it.
It has. As is the style of the time.
I'm still chasing them for my pre-op appointment. They finally got a hold of them yesterday and they're like, oh, we don't actually know what you need. I'm like, how the fuck does the pre-op appointment not know what pre-op assessment I require?
They've only got about 2 weeks before it's too late for a pre-op appointment.
Yeah. So, like, it's all going really well. And they're also like, oh, can you make this time? It's like, yeah, I can absolutely do that. And I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, it's actually 4 hours earlier. And I'm like, that's...
Would you like to get up at 5 a.m? Thank you.
No. Get up at 5 a.m. Your surgery might not be until 5 p.m. We just don't know.
P.S. You can't eat. Ha 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 ha.
Anyway.
Have some light toast before you leave.
Enough whining about it, but it might mean that I don't know because we don't know what the surgery is going to be like.
Yeah.
It's we're gonna have a look.
It's a yeah.
And so yeah, I may or may not be able to stream early February. So it's gonna be all pocket.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry for that. Getting that out of the way. It's just like, should let you all know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put up with me early February primarily. So we'll have fun with that.
Yeah. There's a fairly good chance I will not be able to sit for long periods of time.
And as we well know, I'm not very good at talking to myself on stream. So I'm gonna have to find something with. No, talking to myself in general, yes. Talking to myself on stream, not so much.
I was gonna say, you never shut up.
Ah, well. I've never felt so loud.
Brackets affectionate.
Bitch. Ooh.
Well.
I need to find something with lots of talking, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
But not like this.
Not like this. Like, imagine doing this by yourself.
Several months of rest.
Oh.
I'm not cut out for this malarkey. Well.
On that note, would you like to start, like, straight in there with Kazuma for people?
Straight in there, unlubed with Kazuma. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a raw dog in this.
I'm a raw dog in this bad boy. Howdy, Azat. What a thing to come in on. Your guts, your curry. Ganondoodle still isn't here.
It's fine. Maybe they just have something on.
Yeah.
The fault is there to keep him company.
Mm. I know. I just always feel guilty starting without them. You know.
All our regulars.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Well, yes, that's true too.
Just Ganondoodles.
No, yeah. I always worry. But I know Ganondoodles is particularly invested. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Ganondoodles is here!
Ah!
Hi! Well, are you particularly dedicated? Also, on time. Maybe late, actually. Hi. What?
It will be our fault for starting at such a random time.
It is, yeah. I like that Maria Gori's just staring him down.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
know, right? It's like,
in the ear.
I know. She's like, I wonder if I can get to his brain from here. It's like, I think.
That's the coroner. She's the daughter of the original coroner who did the autopsy on the guy. She actually is a murderer, the previous coroner.
Yes.
She did a killing.
Yeah.
Of
Like,
a guy.
yeah, what's his face? Strongheart made her edit the report here too.
Yeah, made the daughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's kind of blackmailing her mum.
Yeah. Yeah. Maria wanted to kill a lot. She did want to kill us quite a lot.
Yeah, she just likes to cut things. We all have our special interests.
Yo.
I mean, she doesn't really want to kill. Like, she's kind of let me have a look. It's not like specifically the killing actions, she just kind of likes to cut things open.
Yana Doodles, you missed practically nothing.
No.
I had just started reading Kazuma's line.
Yeah, literally, just.
I was kind of semi-wemmy waiting for you. We were just chatting anyway.
Slice of life. Yeah. Would be a perfectly normal and fun, like, sitcom with Mariah Gorey.
I wonder if that is supposed to be.
I'm starting to think yes. I read it of Maria, of course, but I think it might be Mariah Gorey, and I'm very unhappy about it.
Yeah. Anyway, that's you.
I know. Jujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Mariah Gorey. I'm now gonna stick to Mariah Gorey, I'm not changing it. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
I cannot remember what she sounded like.
A bit... I don't remember either.
Welp. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. I think it was your ear more than your cheek, though. But whilst I was in the antechamber too.
So he's just dissecting his brain with her eyeballs.
Yeah, that's true. Poor man, the idea of it is making me shudder. Time for your exercises.
Yeah. These thigh muscles, baby. Okay.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
Interesting
No
how
shit.
the woman who didn't want to lie is left out of the case. Yup.
I remember you, Dr. Miko Toba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
It's not like Strongheart's second in command of the Ministry of Justice or anything.
No.
Like, no, right? No, not at all. He has no say on the matter. Nope. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. There's secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Ziek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was...
What
Sorry.
was that?
That was me hitting with my hand.
Oh, are you okay?
No, yeah, I was intentional, but also no.
That microphone.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just, you know, when you sometimes stand up definitively and go, yeah, he hit his head on the desk. Yeah,
Yes.
we can only hope. That was his knee, and he's just
Yeah.
like cringing right now.
Yeah.
Like,
He's too tall for this, like. But I'm awake.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
Allegedly. So there you go. It was just early for Kazuma
Yeah.
slang.
Kazuma just doing it, getting his practice in. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. You wouldn't have put it past Strongheart to just reveal a secret gun and shoot him before speaking. Honestly, yeah. 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 I would just like, there's like a mysterious bang from one of the lanterns in the courtroom. What could it have been? Oh no, Brigadier dead. Who did it? Probably Van Ziek.
The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Whoops, the Justice Fire suddenly jumped the wrong direction and burned Migatova.
To death!
Yeah. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
What the fuck?
What the fuck did he eat? Ink?
Are we just...
Is it an ink bottle or something?
Oh yeah, that was true,
There
right?
was
Wasn't
red
there,
ink, right? No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony.
Ah!
Okay, so
Well, that clears things up nicely.
I do not like this animation. Jesus.
The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication!
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wits' end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Seeks's death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
No.
Yeah, that's very much not what Mikitova said, right? Like,
If I may, my lord.
but
There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us. I feel I can't speak apparently.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of this case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Such horrifying crimes.
But, curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That is enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord.
secret gun.
In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Oh, do you right that do you reckon, sorry, not to that right. Do you reckon if he points the unicorn at somebody, he can like get it to fire little gun
Oh my god, little
horn
needles!
bullets,
Like little,
right?
little horn,
pointy
like, yeah. Uh-huh.
projectiles?
Yeah,
Pew, pew,
I think
pew,
so.
pew, pew, pew. Inosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the
Both father and daughter just can't speak this trial.
It's nerve-wracking, okay? As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
So like she's just standing there with a fucking like butcher's knife.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, whatever, mate.
So, save a lot. Yeah, I know, right? We have absolutely none.
Yeah, I think I would. This should be sudden death, like you know, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway,
I mean, I think it might be. Good thing we have the power of games on our hands.
from my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Press? No, I want to press.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either. Could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
Yeah, Western. Mm-hmm. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Oh, well, mauled.
Well. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Ah!
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
He's a furry. Just used his fursuit.
A true hound of hell.
Yeah, Clint, we only know he kept a dog because of concept art.
Yes.
The game, I don't think, has shared it.
I don't believe so, no. It's not like it's in the portrait or anything.
No.
That would have been a fun detail, though.
Mm.
If he'd had like a dog at his feet in the portrait and you just didn't ever talk about it.
Yeah.
You just had to notice.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, weren't to stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times.
Yeah, 9 does sound about right.
Yeah.
I think, 19, I think, was the correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Given that, I mean, Iris is 10.
Yeah.
If she was 9 at the time, I'm surprised she wasn't doing the autopsy herself.
I think she started maybe a year later, right? Like, this
Yeah,
seems to be
yeah.
the right age for
Yeah,
it.
9 is too young for autopsies.
Yeah.
10. 10
10
and
is
up.
fine, yeah. Yeah.
You hit your 10th birthday, you can instantly hold a scalpel. But we can't all be gifted children. Okay, enough, fair. But I was just feeling like this person has a very specific kind of autism. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Corpsetism. No, I don't like that.
Mama told me
all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable. What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
I didn't say.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
What the fuck was the man doing
What?
sucking his fucking fingers before he died?
This got so much worse just now!
No, not a finger ring. What? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach.
Sorry to hear Kazuma and Funzeeks. This is very much.
How?
Sorry, Parok. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarter of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. Oh, I gotta clarify this. Yeah, he was attacked by thugs protecting
Garok.
Yeah.
Garok?
Garok. No.
Varrock, yes he was. They were friends up until...
Yeah. That was after Clint had already been murdered. They tried to come for
Was that afterwards?
Barok as well, yeah.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so, it was afterwards.
Right. I can believe
Which
that.
made it even weirder, and I was like, oh...
Yeah, I also wish I could look at the memory of Funzeeks when Genshin saved him.
Yeah.
I mean, technically we could. But...
Yeah. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
So what we're also saying, considering Mikotoba had to walk away from time to time, that could very well have been just slipped in there.
It could very well have been popped in there. On the other hand, that would involve Dr. Gory, potentially. Dr. Scythe, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't want to lie. But I guess
Wilson.
it's possible that she was...
Don't forget Wilson himself.
Yeah. No, I know. But I mean,
Yeah.
she would have seen. But
Yeah.
I guess maybe this
Yeah.
is why he wants her out of the picture.
Yeah, because she knows the truth.
Yeah.
And this is why, say, Mikotoba, for example, was left alive.
Oh, no. Mikotoba was left alive because he had no idea that he wasn't the one.
Oh yeah, that's true actually, yeah.
Like, he
no, that was it,
basically-
yeah. No, you're right.
Just assumed that
Yeah,
it was
like-
Wilson who wrote
yeah,
the report at the end.
That's true. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring.
I'm an adult.
It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, Jesus, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. This gets worse the more you yes.
Yep.
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today.
Her eyes all sparked. What?
Here it is.
bit dusty from years in the stores.
Dude, that looks like a piece of like it belongs in WoW. It doesn't have enough polygons.
No, right?
Like
That
how
is a
classic.
Low poly ass fucking ring, that. Crikey, that must have hurt going down.
Jesus Christ. Oh.
Mm-hmm. That looks so tacky. Family heirloom, my butt, bruh.
I was just like, no, I'm ignoring this. I when we said we were going to destroy this man in court, I wasn't ready for this.
No, earlier on today you said we're going to destroy Fanseeks, and I said in
Yeah, I know.
court, right?
I know.
And yeah,
yeah. Right?
that is an ugly ass ring. What did he get that from one of those goth catalogs? I'm asking for a friend.
Legitimately.
It's missing a wolf head, but that's about it.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Gory has basically already, like, she has it out for Strongheart, considering she's figured out that he is, like, blackmailing her mom.
Yeah.
Like, he has definitely imprisoned her mother.
Also tried to get her to fabricate evidence.
Yeah, which she was like, I don't want to end up the same way as mom.
Yeah, I would have thought that would have cut his throat up if he'd eaten it as well. Like, that's
Yeah.
gotta hurt going down, right?
Like, legitimately. Also, like, that going through your stomach, good fucking luck. Nah, man. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotova. Should we read something into that?
So I've read too many, like, of those Bodice Ripper novels, because when you said Tumble Strongheart, I immediately thought get him into bed. Then I was like,
There are many characters here that would be fine, but not him.
Yeah,
He is, like-
I know.
I know.
No.
No.
I'm just saying.
But yeah, no, considering how painful it is even to get a freaking painkiller down when you
Yeah,
swallow a pill.
quite. Yeah, right?
Like, of those, Jesus
Those
Christ.
big pink vitamin pills I have to eat every freaking day. Horrid. I've been reading a lot of something, certainly I have been reading it.
But yeah, they found it in his stomach.
Yeah, they did find it in his stomach.
That's the autopsy was like that they
yeah.
found things in his stomach.
She's like, oh, that one piece of amazing evidence they found in his stomach. Actually, doesn't Final Fantasy XIV use tumble as well?
Oh yes, for sure.
So I think actually when I write stuff about characters, I usually write that too. So Strongheart needs a clock ticking at all times around him, so he may get exactly 6 hours and 30 minutes of sleep. No more, no less. Yeah. Actually, hang on. I need to read that in Strongheart's voice, don't I?
He needs a clock ticking at all times around him so that he may get exactly 6 hours and 30 minutes of sleep. No more, no less. Oh,
Hold.
Oh, because he's saying it now. That he seems like he's not sure it was the stomach. Oh, you need to log into 14 to make sure you don't lose your cafe. Yes, go, run fast.
The tour experience, like, I go on old. No, we had that inherited the free company.
It's my
and then
free
you
company now.
inherited because I.
Because you didn't log in, yeah, baby.
Anyway,
I own that free company now and you not getting it back.
that's okay. Well, it's just that thinking back now. It's okay, by the way. It's a plot in the goblet that we're holding. Nobody cares for it.
Yeah, no, quite.
I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Ba. Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent. Does it not?
Oopsie. Don't care.
Oh, sorry. What you gonna do about it, mister?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is a crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Justice doesn't ask for consent. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? So it is always scalpels, right?
Very well. You may submit it.
Mr. Asogi's ring has been entered into the court record. Mr. Asogi's ring. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Ziek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Yeah.
Now look at what you've done, Strongheart. You've made her go non-firm. Yup.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting their jewel.
Mail order goth catalogue confirmed.
Yeah.
He imported that fucker.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Yeah, okay! I'll get on it.
Let's turn it and find a very obvious piece of evidence on it.
So-
Yeah.
Why is there not even a mark like like normally, you know, if this is
Well, like a
definitely
silver
mail
mark
order.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, come
Yeah.
on, it doesn't even have a.
It's actually made of candy. Give it a lick. It's a ring pop.
These
Right?
these fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Something about that sentence
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy.
No.
I don't know why.
Yes. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Yeah, those two lines are interesting. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Yeah, there's no way in hell you
Crap.
could swallow that big meaty claws.
Oh my! That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
I think Cisato hasn't had
Zato
food.
is hungry. Sorry to plot evidence, but the gem is dummy thick and would obviously not be swallowed without injury. Yeah. That feeling when your evidence is just too dummy thick to be plausible.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's
Those lines, they look sus, but
yeah.
they're not flagging. Why are we not flagging?
We've just decided, yeah, too dummy thick.
Hear that one out of context. No. Never. Very carefully indeed. We examined it carefully, got one thing out of it.
Yeah, well,
Was that so careful? He just sliced himself open. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
sure. Yeah, the Western style sword thing is like,
Yeah.
are we implying
I mean,
that he stabbed him with his
With
own
his
sword?
own sword. I feel like, yeah.
I think
because-
that is what they will probably go for, like, oh,
Yeah.
in order to not draw any attention to himself,
Hmm.
he used his other man's sword. Yeah.
Not just physically, but how did he get the ring and then swallow it? Well, wouldn't you like to know? Nobility, am I right? British nobility. Maybe he swallowed it, then got stabbed through the heart as an act of mercy because he was choking to death. But we've all been there. Right?
To the best of us.
Who has a sword in the West? A lot of people back then. They said there was no other trauma. They did.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sure as hell ain't the poor. No, that's true. The poor don't got much. But yeah, no, I'm thinking that they're trying to imply that Baroque was stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Clint! Let's not stab Baroque. Clint was stabbed with his own sword. But yeah, no other trauma, because yeah, you're right, they'd have found trauma in the esophagus.
Mm-hmm.
Blech. I don't like it. I mean, I do like it. Because,
I mean,
yeah.
part of me also wonders if they didn't do, like, trauma in the esophagus might be difficult to measure unless they properly cut him up.
Well, I mean, technically the autopsy.
Yeah, but I wonder how far they... Either way.
Thank you for saying the word you meant you couldn't spell. Yeah, it's a hell of a word. Technically, it actually kind of
It depends also whether or not you're spelling it American or English, because one of them
Yeah.
starts with an O and the other one's just straight up an E. And
That's a good point. We don't actually know what color it was written in, I don't think.
good point. Oesophagus. Yeah, that's close enough.
Esophagus, yeah.
Oesophagus.
But why is it spelled like esophagus? Okay.
Pardon?
No, I was like esophagus.
Oesophagus.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like how the reason I know how to spell it. It's nothing fun or saucy. I promise.
You like to read medical books.
No, not just that. Yeah, but when I was a child, I did like to read medical books. I resonate much more with Mariah Gorey than I'd like to admit. No, I know how to spell it for other reasons that I don't want to go into.
Okay.
But nothing fun or saucy. Nobody's missing anything, I promise. Yeah, well, I feel like if you find a big ass fucking ring like that in the stomach, you're going to want to cut up the esophagus and double check whether or not there's actually trauma in there. If you're doing your job right.
If you're doing your job right.
Yeah.
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was a no-killer.
It's England, nobody does proper work even in fantasy. Agreed, though. Greek, of course it is, yes. Well, the Greeks probably... Yeah, well, it's because either the Greeks discovered it or the Romans, yes.
The Romans did
Sounds
very
like
little in terms of actual...
Latinas? Either the Romans discovered it. But no, they're right. The Romans did an awful lot of knicking of the Greek.
Yes.
You discovering that... Sorry, you were
Then
going to
you
just
go.
say that, right?
What, no?
I thought you were going to just talk
No.
about it, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, well, you were discovering that, like, your issue was first talked about in medical
Oh my
texts.
god, yes! Like, I was looking up my issues, like, oh yeah, this is a very well-known issue. Well, the first mention of it was like 600 AD, and I'm like, pardon? Pardon me?
I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah. Those poor fuckers, because they will have died
Oh, yeah.
in agony.
Yeah.
That's just the worst.
Yeah.
I'm like, man. Because there is no cure for it.
Yeah.
It's get surgery and pray. Anyway.
Yeah, most of the Latin naming was Europeans going, that's a fancy naming. It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, this naming be fancy. We'll go nick it, like.
Yeah. I caused always big discourse as okay. When I was a young wee little kobold, I decided I didn't care for Latin, but I sure as fuck loved classic Greek. And my Latin teacher would not drop it. The fact that I favored Greek, even though he knew both. He could teach both. But I favored one over the other. And he would literally just... He would give me all the shitty tasks. Just because I didn't like his favorite language the best. Nerds, am I right?
I was gonna say, yeah. Classic language teachers are something else when it comes to vindictiveness and spitefulness, though. But yeah,
Legitimately.
like you said, they are just a different kind of nerd, and yeah. Latin, you've been suspected of patellofemoral pain syndrome. Yes, knee-thigh pain syndrome. That's...
Yeah.
They just really like the big long words, because it makes people feel stupid. What? Like, if you're going to bring a truck down here while we're streaming, could you at least have brakes that have been oiled recently?
Good lord. Why is it with our luck? Anyway.
Just oil them brakes.
Did you say this sentence?
I
already?
did not.
No, I was going to say.
At least they could get surgery back then. No waiting list for the back alley doctor with a hacksaw. No, that's true. True. I hear aftercare was something else too. They had a whole pit dug out back for the ones that didn't make it.
Baroque Van Six, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
I mean, yeah, he died.
I mean, he's got to be, right?
At this
He's
point,
got to have been the professor.
there's no way no way. Mm-mm. That's everything, is it?
Poor father, he looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
The wife of the warden.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, she
was there 10 years ago, right? She existed.
She was, and she does live in this layer of society,
Yeah,
right?
it's true, yeah. Still, but yeah, some person we've only met like once is the real professor. I mean, technically we couldn't have met them. Oh, unless you think that they didn't die at all, they just laid low.
Yeah.
Having done what they did. She was in the cool one, so it's twice. You're right. The gas lady? Yeah, what are we...
Well, do
yeah,
we
no
want
other
to push on
signs of
this?
internal injury.
This,
What?
I'm tempted to push for.
Why?
As in with the evidence. Do we want to yeet his sword at him?
Whose sword?
Okay. We have the
Genshin
sword.
Asogi's sword.
Yeah, we
that
have it
did
in our
get
thingy.
sent back.
No, yeah, we got it. Like Kazuma brought
I mean,
it
yeah,
back
but
up.
yeah.
But do we want to be all like, hey,
We could
Western
do.
style sword? That's a bit weird considering, you know.
Maybe. I think the obvious one is the one that chat has already pointed out, which is the ring and her saying there was no other sign
Yeah.
of internal injury.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can try throwing the sword
Nah,
at him.
this
You've
is
just saved, right?
Yeah, I've saved. But this is actually possibly the correct. I mean, this is going to be the correct one.
Yeah.
Because the game was also like, hello, have you checked the ring? You should
Yeah.
check the ring, dumbass.
Yeah, we
check
need to
the
check
ring.
the ring really carefully, by the way. Actually,
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the correct one here, with an objection. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
I already said that.
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came out of the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
we can now hate him, of course, because he's not Iris's daddy, so we don't have to feel sorry for her. Dr. Wilson can just be a
yeah.
straight up bad
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong un!
Yeah. Oh.
Supposition at best.
What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
The evidence. Right here. Oh, sorry. This evidence right here. Wow, they don't even make us look for it this time. That's so weird how they sometimes...
It's so strange, right? What 6 my guy, you were both attacked. Yeah, right? You get the feeling Wilson was blackmailed. I mean, yeah, it's possible. But we don't have to feel bad about him because he's not Iris's dad, so...
That's the autopsy That's the autopsy report.
I can't do his voice at the moment, but it's fun.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel.
He's also dead. Yeah, I can still feel bad about him. Ow.
Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
If you're going to open Pokemon Sleep, at least turn the volume down before you do it.
I was trying to swipe to chat.
Sure. Inosuke's grown up.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What? What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination.
Well, you haven't met my brother. He could swallow anything. I mean, ew.
And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
So...
No, I don't.
Practice your breathing.
Oh, fun Zeeks.
Zeeks is our clown and he's the best clown around. He is. Sorry. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
What if he really had swallowed that enormous ring? It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No! Your brother isn't made of stone. Nobody's had an awful lot of practice.
And there you arrive at the sticking point.
Maybe he wrapped it in some kind of soluble thing like rice paper and it just dissolved before it got there.
Where there is a will, there is a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way! You think he wrapped it in his will?
Oh, Jesus.
Written on rice paper! Wow, that's a theory.
That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikatoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus! Oh, there it is! Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant.
Go ahead, write it down. I'm elbow deep in some noble bug's guts. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Yeah, the ones who've attempted to voice Strongheart for any length of time.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France.
Is she talking about guillotine?
I want one the government can pay.
I don't think so! And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished!
And we move our chair.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But, Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Strongheart just starts taking your lives when you say something he doesn't like. Yeah, that would... And you're just left with one. Rest assured his planting of evidence will end up the same. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
She really didn't have to take it. She could have just looked at it and we'd get the 3D scan anyway. That's also true, but she doesn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dr.
I think we might have to scan it with our 3D eyeballs. Oh no, Sholmes could do it too, couldn't he? He can scan it with his 3D render eyeballs and we see it. So yeah,
all we
you're
need
right.
was as a caramel bar.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we could have just embedded that fucker in some Caramac and we'd have been golden.
Yeah. Yeah. There we
Sholmes
go.
would have just popped up with it as evidence anyway. Also true.
Yeah.
That is assuming he's not shot on sight outside the courtroom at this point.
Well, she just wants to do the right thing, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree.
Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Did he bring her here? He sent Mikitoba, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Oh!
It's possible that he... Hello.
Oh god! I need to get my counter out! I can't believe and just
Just made you realise you forgot to bring up your counter.
well, if I pull it out, it will not happen.
No, that's true.
I like to be wishful, so you know,
Yeah.
there we go, we got another crunch in.
Crunch!
There we go.
Love it.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
Oh, if we're going to talk about the fact that your brother wrapped some shit in sausage meat or something and then just swallowed it and... The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life.
Oh, hey.
I get to see him in the jail again!
I love it.
Yes!
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep! You're coming with us.
I like to think that the same person just said that.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Look at him, he's such a tiny, frightened baby.
He also tries to look like his brother here.
Mm-hmm. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street.
Yeah, the ring looks so tiny, yes.
Okay, so I already saw it. I couldn't see it. Oh, did he get... Is it his... Did they cut his fucking finger off?
Oh my god.
Blood
shot it
was
off.
seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
They ripped it off. You're right. Of course they didn't.
It's up.
They would have noticed if he was missing a full ass finger.
Yeah.
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as...
Kazuma! Open your eyes.
Inosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him.
So much blackmail. So much threatening.
Hey,
his
how
loved
much do you
ones.
love your son?
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Lord Van Seeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh, my. That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
That's a load. Have we never heard these?
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Ah! Suzate the betrayer.
Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Man, that looks painful in the spine. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Why objection, Kazuma?
Thank you, Inosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council?
I'm getting so many sports in.
I know, right? My lord, I like that earlier on when I stood up waiting for Strongheart to speak, and then after Susato talked, I sat down again, and then instantly he talked again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
he is the hole.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Okay, Physique's doing it up like
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no...
What
What
is this?
What was that hand gesture, actually? Sorry, but what?
You know what he is.
A clown. Yeah.
If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention. All right, there's no question of that. Are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was
Yeah.
his normal point animation,
Yeah.
but not designed for face on. Yeah, no, I agree. Because that's also his normal,
Yeah.
hand on desk.
Yeah, exactly,
But normally
yeah.
we see him from the side.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. What does the King Will say?
Yeah. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Yeah, hold on first. I'll say because this game likes to lock us in.
Locks us in faster than a
Where's the will?
3-minute automatic shut-in challenge.
I'm letting you do your crystal
Names.
maze. That's it. My
Very,
brain crystal door.
Very
No.
specific.
To the crystal door. No.
Any Genshin Noseki hereby request that upon my death, any animal material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi,
That's all.
in the Empire of
Oh,
Japan.
fine,
Thank you
so-
very much. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we could see the actual papers. I agree, because, like, the only weapon I have left, yeah, I just... Is there some secret message in there that we're not seeing in my life? Because it looks weird. But yeah, like, the...
Yeah.
Because it's a really weirdly phrased
Mhm.
piece of writing, right? Like...
Yeah. Either way.
And it just seems really stilted.
Mm,
I don't know
agree.
how he would have written, of course, but...
Yeah. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence.
Yeah,
The
I do
sword?
wanted the sword. Yeah.
If you didn't accept it, none of his effects would go home. That's true too. Yeah, this isn't the actual will, it's a reproduction. That's true too. So it would have to be something in the language in that case.
Yeah.
What's is that just decoration up there?
Yes, that will be decoration. That's the normal.
Yeah, of course. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
I know obviously the wrapping,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure.
No.
'Cause there's literally nothing that we've missed on here, right?
No. I agree.
These tentacles all wrapped around. But those are
Yeah.
Kazuma.
Well, we could just use the Isogi papers just to like.
The sword. What's his face has?
Hold on, sorry.
Because Kazuma has a Western one as well, I think, doesn't he? Or does he have two katanas?
He has a Western one too,
This is Kazuma's sword we have here.
which was his daddy's.
I guess we have to present the one,
Yeah.
but like,
I wonder if it will just push the conversation.
there's nothing directly in it that. Did he have? Oh, two swords. He did, right?
I think actually yes. Well, there is nothing in this chunk though that would.
No, Kazuma gave us Karuma,
Yeah, this is Karuma.
which is the one that we brought from
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah. Then we then took from him after he was allegedly dead, and then we gave back.
Yeah,
And
and
now
then
it's
he gave
back
back,
here.
and then he gave it back to us after he did whatever he did to Gregson.
Sorry, what's on the
What's
first?
on the first page of the will? I, Genshin Noseki, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. Oh, the first
Oh.
page of evidence. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh, we're gonna be here for a bit.
That's the second page of evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get there. Red hairpiece, policeman figurine.
Framed photograph of the real killer.
That was for Doc.
This is,
for
yeah, Daly
Vigil.
getting kicked out.
That's with introduction. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was the grouse one. Either the will or the sword. Yeah, I agree.
I'll just try the will, like.
We saved, right?
Yeah.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question, so no. Oh!
As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin.
You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong.
Kazuma's and his father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial?
Yeah, it's just confusing me! If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
So just continue with this one. I mean,
I mean, yeah, if that one's wrong, we'll just reload. Otherwise,
Is it
whatever.
the sword? This is the...
Oh,
No!
seriously? Okay, so it's
no.
not.
Okay, what are we missing?
Prisoners to
Okay.
be killed aren't normally allowed wills. Yeah. Okay. And unless we just literally, can we pull out people as well as
Oh, let me find like. Okay, I'm just gonna get to the actual enough rhetoric. No, I can only
we
give-
can't pull out people.
No,
Only evidence. Okay. Because I was gonna say otherwise, we could literally be
Yeah.
like Kazuma.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah,
still wonder.
exactly.
Oh, you think so too? Yeah. Like, so it's not the sword.
Can we pull out Harris's lucky charm here? That's from Gregson. Sorry, just going to the autopsy report one more time. Reason Scarlet thinks that he...
Stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found.
That's just...
I mean, yeah, because he was going to escape.
Yeah,
but we don't have
exactly.
any evidence for that, do? Oh wait,
Do we have to...
the dismissal notice for
Yes, that's it.
Digil potentially.
Yeah, that's it. He accepted it so he could go
Maybe.
sleep. Yeah.
Hang on, what does that one actually say? The next ones. Aiding
Yeah,
and
there we
abetting,
go.
Blah, 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 just,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the third
yeah.
one?
It will be this one. No, you're right.
Indications the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed
Yeah.
the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison
got
staff in order
it,
to
yeah.
secure assistance, full disclosure, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
Well, like when you skipped over it, I was like, maybe.
Yeah.
Then I was like, nah.
Take that!
Please tell me this. It's there we go. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Genshin impact. Yeah, well, he has left quite a lot of impact, hasn't he? Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way.
The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. Thank you, chat, by the way.
Safety
job.
bacon.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. I mean, I would hope so that we get to kill some prison staff, but
I feel like if maybe they hadn't shot Genshin and let him get away, none of this would actually be coming back to bite anybody in anybody's butt. I think.
I think you're right.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy?
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon in new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Ah!
Governor Caden and the poor
chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce! To summon the governor of the prison after all these years!
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may have appeared a little rattle-pated?
Rattle-pated.
Little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and a local prison earlier.
Given that a pate is often also a slightly archaic word to use to a head.
Oh.
So rattle-pated potentially is like scatterbrained, essentially.
That makes sense, yeah.
Sorry.
Asking,
Lacking sense or discretion. Yeah.
asking
Neat.
Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Thanks, Sholmes. Yes, you say, you dazzling son of a gun!
Mr. Sholmes did that.
Are you telling me that...
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Fuck you.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
You're a few dozen streams out of loop, so you have almost no idea what's going on aside from the fact this is far in the game and that our arch friend enemy's dad is tied in. Yes. Very
yeah.
much. This is extremely far into the game.
Yes, this is like,
This is like
finale.
the conclusion type. Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, essentially we're trying to work out who the professor was. Van Zieks has been accused of murdering... Sorry! I was drumming while I thought. My bad.
Sorry.
Van Zieks has been accused of murdering Gregson, who was the Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
Except he wasn't the Reaper. He was controlled by the Reaper, and he was given orders and assassins and told who to go kill.
Yeah.
And then they're claiming that Van Zieks is in fact the guy who was telling them what to do and was ordering the murders of all these people after all.
Yeah.
But because he was ordering somebody else to do it for them, he therefore had an alibi. Therefore, he could be proved that he wasn't the Reaper. But this is all tying back into the Professor case, and we're trying to work out who the Professor was, because through roundabout things, it's all kind of come back to that. Are the scales in the background always tipped like that? No, he has declared him guilty earlier.
Guilty.
Very guilty. And I think he just likes to keep it that way.
Yeah. Correct.
I'm sure I've missed a lot. It's because the person who killed Greggy was declared guilty. Yes. Of course. The person who killed Greggy, who was... Oh yeah! The judge! Jigoku!
Oh, yeah.
Jigoku killed Greggy, shoved him in a trunk, and Gregson's body was in the photograph that we took with Suzato and her father at the beginning of the case. Yeah, last case even.
Yeah.
And it's horrible, and we all had a cry. Remaining saving grace being that Mikotoba is still alive since the autopsy report was signed by Wilson, despite him writing it and Wilson is dead. Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been steadily going around murdering people who had anything to do with that case 10 years ago. And they didn't realise that Mikotoba was also there because Wilson signed it. And Wilson was murdered on a trial, in the case that happened at the very, very beginning of the very first game, which we didn't stream.
Yeah. But we did by what's her face, Miss Isel Brett.
Yes. Or Assassin.
Assassin.
Who was an assassin.
From the Assassin Exchange.
So that's the sleeper of the Bailey doing nothing whilst everyone else does the work, yeah. Imagine being that bad at assassinating people. I know, right?
Very well, bring in the witnesses.
You think it also might be art direction choice to imply strong hearts guilt? That's a good point. It hadn't occurred to me. But yeah, I could believe that.
Make no mistake. I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all.
I still do not trust this man.
Gee.
Just saying.
Oh, good.
Or
He
you get
did
to
do
voice-
a whole villain speech already. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
You ready to be Scottish?
I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name's Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Loose the professor! We've already been through all this afore, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict even escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Well, Galandu is clear it was the Queen.
Especially the military foreign affairs was the brutalness of Japan enough to make a murderer go serenity. Yeah, as you say, it's either Strongheart or the Queen, but yeah, it's probably the Queen. Victoria, how could you?
And what do you do? Oh, you murder? Excellent. You're hired. If it turns out that you are involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guts! Hold on there, laddie! Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Yeah, every single time somebody can speak, it's because Strongheart ordered it. Yeah, or something has been messed around because Strongheart ordered it.
Yeah.
That was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder, Vigil here, and then I put the plan into actions behind them. We've gone Irish. Fuck! Balls. And then I put the plan into action behind the scenes. Magnus McGilded lives again. That was Scottish. What am I even doing? Balls! I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire!
They should have called Miss Green to the stand. She could have told us what happened. Yes.
This is what you'd have to say.
Olive Green has opinions.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorised that plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Yes, that's what that means.
Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi committing to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Always yes. Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
Oh, Tamagotchi time.
It's 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's fallen asleep next to his shit again. Just Tamagotchi.
Just Tamagotchi things. It's okay. It's just once had to turn the light out. It's also probably dying.
Very well, proceed, counsel.
Oh, mine's
The
fine.
dying on these Tamagotchis is actually
It's
horrifying.
horrid. I dislike it intensely.
The
Yes.
G1 and G2 ones, they have like a heartbeat.
Yeah,
At
so
first they start crying and then it slowly starts getting
the beep just kind
slower.
of goes like meep, 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 and then it gets further and further
and then it's just
apart,
like one
and then-
me.
and it's
just
like,
flatlines.
oh no, I hate that. Thank you.
I don't remember doing this as a child, but it must have done. I probably had the sound turned off.
Blocked it out
Yeah,
as a trauma response,
Yeah.
or had the sound off. Yeah.
Yeah. Or is this something they've added to this remake? I don't know.
Either way.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Oops.
Press him.
I'm going to press him.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, who was the prosecutor originally?
Gee, we just don't know.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically. I can't give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious.
So sorry, any Scottish people who might be end up watching this.
It's okay, you try, right?
I'm trying my best.
Wait, you can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. I guess we will never know. Case closed. Out of the court now. 101.
Yeah, Strongheart did say that.
Oh well, never mind. Who knows? It's always a mystery for the ages. Bye bye. See you later. Except you. You're in jail, Asogi. Bye bye. And you, Francis. You're probably guilty too. Of Freeze's head.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, dinna bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Get her done.
Oh, don't you think he's silly? We did a fucking wacky. Bad naughty dude, you're silly.
I assigned the convict to the Chief Warder Vigil here, and I put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath.
Man, that's rough.
And then Vigil had a perfect window of opportunity. But it's very insensitive. So we need to get Goku back here. I don't think that the benches can take it. I don't think the benches can take it, Captain.
But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
You mean Dr. Scythe, nay Stevens?
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Yeah, I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, I know, right? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Oops. Sorry. Everything about it's going to clicky mode. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Yeah, the country, the nobility, yeah. You know, terrorize the rich. You sure they got some spare benches, given that they also have spare bar thingies? No, that's a good point. We just need some extra people just to wheel them out from the wings. Maybe they decided that they can't afford to make as many. They're not Fansiks. What have they got? A series of trained artisans on tap, just in case somebody
smashes a hallowed
I mean,
bench.
Yes, probably.
yes, exactly. There. Ah,
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell.
Too busy prepping the fireworks.
Good point. I could still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil. I can't apologise enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. But the pains of the pains be the past.
Transparent pun.
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that.
Very convenient.
The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offence. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Like, was he killed illegally, though? Like, was he killed illegally? Given that he wasn't hanged, he was shot. They were still going to kill him. Like,
Yeah.
he was a convicted criminal, and he was murdered. But, like, he was murdered after he was supposed to have been hanged. I don't know how much weight that argument actually does hold.
You make a good point.
Specifically. Like,
Yes.
fucking Final Destination, that guy, basically.
Yeah. Mm. 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 So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, I think maybe blackmailed into it, though, still.
yeah. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man.
It makes sense, though. Like,
Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
yes, well, he was a foreigner, so...
And not like a member of nobility would murder shitty nobles to pin it on the foreigner. I believe that's... I am 97.9% sure that it was Clint who was the professor.
Mm-hmm.
Genshin killed him. They framed Genshin to make it look like Clint was just the latest
in a line of
Yes.
murders.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then pretended that, like, Genshin did all of it.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
His will basically just says, I want all my possessions to go to my son in Japan, and I'm really upset that I will never get off this horrible country. But I forget the end of it. But the wording is really, really stilted and weird, and
Yeah.
it's not sitting right with me, but I don't really know what...
Yeah. There's just, I feel like there is a secret message in there, but for love
Yeah.
nor money can I figure it out.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
it's-
unless there is literally a cipher
Yeah.
that we have. I mean, that we, you know, like, that we can put on top of it.
Yeah, and I don't think...
I don't think...
Who knows in the future though, we might?
Mm.
We might? I don't know. But yeah.
What the hell did happen to the dog? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Did anything else get returned besides money? We don't know. That's a good point.
Yeah, just money, sword. I don't know.
No, I don't know. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Narada?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
So clearly we haven't uncovered it yet because of what the game likes to do.
Yeah.
Nothing of the plot. Convicted of persecution. Why did was carried with me duty? Did we press him on this? I think it's cheated us back, but
You know, I don't think you did.
I'm gonna press him.
Hold it!
I don't remember reading stuff from him.
Did you carry the plan out in its entirety? No.
I did everything I could at the time. No, we didn't.
No.
As you know, Genten Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape.
Yeah.
Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
Yeah, that is literally like the really weird part.
Yeah. My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Ha ha ha.
Was the last part of the plan. Is he having another flashback? Is he
so.
remembering that somebody wants to live?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? Why is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
Barclay card gets you anyway.
Oh.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. You're back to clock hands. Yeah, it's a weird position, right?
Yeah. Actually, it's a good point. No.
I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end.
Yeah, it is fucking weird though. Like,
If they don't want him to tattle.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, right now, as it stands, it makes no sense, but...
That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Yeah, I mean, that would be very weird.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yes, well, that's quite true. Yeah, because they could have just hanged him. He wouldn't have known any difference, and then he'd be dead.
Yeah.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep their end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
I mean, yeah.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Berkeley, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Many, many triple dots.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Yeah, Courtney was there, but she's not talking because she's in jail. Or possibly, for all I know, she's dead. I mean, she did murder somebody. That's still capital punishment.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they haven't really talked about it, but that doesn't mean that it isn't implied.
Again.
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gats! Aye, go on then.
Go away, sir.
It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Please.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I can't see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
Uh-huh.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So, Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-san's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Yeah, okay, so this is the same. Something compelled him to agree, yeah. Double cross him in the end. Sorry, yeah. Feeling there's something about it, yeah.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruto.
Yeah, the will as his only weapon is definitely going to come in place here. I think.
Yeah.
First I'll save, because, you know, don't
Yeah.
accidentally anything.
Can we look at the will again? Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and I will... It's annoying that apparently I have to present everything now, but... sorry, it's here.
Genshin Asogi hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Just doesn't... It's just stilted. It seems weird. I don't like it.
Also, I regret nothing about my chosen path. It's like...
Yeah, right? Like...
Do we want to push for the will here? Just present it to him.
Yeah.
Because it's literally listed as the only weapon I have left.
Yeah. You're still sure that it's not the true one? There's something omitted?
Yeah.
I think you're right too. Like you said, it is a copy.
Objection, and it's the correct one by the looks of things.
Looks like it.
Confessing under oath. Oath? Under oaths?
Under oath.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison.
Confessing under oath is a hobbit town, I think.
I think you're right, yeah. My bad. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredible risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Evers! The fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that!
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Grrr!
It's like nobody is just going like, sir, could you please stop?
Manhandling the other witness. That would be nice. Thank you.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
The stronger eyes is going like, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Murder him! Murder him! That way I can put you in jail too. In Jizzin? A weapon!
And after the convict had been killed, following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Put me in holding jail. Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but... Don't spray me with water! No! Put it back. Put it back!
We really need to make a spray bottle emote for you.
No.
When you're acting out.
Yes, fine. That's how jail is called in Star Wars. I don't get it. That will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden? Cavity search. I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all cost, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot? You can't criticise me now. I showed it to your form, did I not, young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
Please don't make us find it. What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described his document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Berkeley Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Berkeley Prison
Stays
was
at Berkeley Prison.
far from above board. Same thing. Sorry for repeating you.
No.
That last vilification by the defence was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Well,
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago.
No, that was Olive Green.
He lost everything, very nearly his own life.
I mean, you bet it's written in red ink. Red ink, yeah, I think you're right.
And now you're
think you're right.
going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh.
it's clear that Berkeley Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place.
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and something or other facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder.
Testify.
The trial must go on.
The man's voice must be heard, I think.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
So,
Sir, madam, master, what? Hello.
Not me.
Be a soggy.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me a directive came? Oh, a directive came.
Oh.
Not like a directive came, like it walked in the door. When a directive came telling me to impound them. I'm choking on my own tongue. The document was in the fold of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Yeah, potentially you could have thrown it out the window, assuming that there was somebody underneath that would catch it. Which potentially there could have been. Just
Yes.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, you wee waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
What happened to, like...
Jack
is that
the
later?
Whipper. I think it might have been a wee bit later. Or just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. When was Jack the Whipper again? I don't recall.
I know, well,
I don't remember. I don't actually really follow that murders very
No.
much because I don't like it. I don't like all the speculation.
And we were much obliged.
How big was that ring? Apparently huge, but looked normally sized in the memory. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Big enough to choke on and ripple your mucous membranes, apparently.
I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
actually, Jack the Ripper was before this, by the looks of things.
Was it?
Although it's 1888.
This is...
No, it's after, isn't it? Although...
Oh,
No, it's not.
When was the Great Exhibition of... When was the Great Exhibition again? Actually, it was later than that, I think.
No, what's this?
Or
No,
was it?
1851. So it's just before.
So yeah, it's just before. Jack the Ripper decided
Yeah.
that the professor wasn't cool enough and he
Yeah.
needed to do more shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Although
the ring
apparently
is-
Jack the Ripper only had 5 victims.
Well, that's quite a lot of victims, to be fair. That we know of, anyway.
Yeah.
Was anything penned purely for his son that didn't include anything about his personal effects? It doesn't seem so.
Hmm.
If that ring is fat, maybe it could be big enough to hold something inside. I don't think so. It's not that fat. The actual gemstone part is pretty small.
Yeah.
I don't... Unless there's like a hole in it.
I don't know. Nothing looked.
It didn't seem big enough. It seems... unless that's like a little screw top there, but I doubt it. Maybe? God knows. The ring was stolen anyway, yeah. No, the ring was stolen before he was arrested, so...
Yeah.
Oh, you think something's in the sword? Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I did wonder about the sword as well, because that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, can we
Can you
just
what?
do it? No, for a second I thought it was giving me a new clicky,
Huh.
but no,
Bums.
it's just nothing.
Bum. Bum bum bum. So you only assume something's hidden in the hilt of the sword, but sure we'll get to it later on a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe inside the wrapping, or whatever it's called. I don't
Yeah.
know what the wrapping part's called, but...
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
What, not going to ask us if we want to?
Yes, my lord.
He would have no means to put it in the sword. I mean, they did say that he didn't have any weapons in his cell, but potentially somebody else could have put it in there for him?
Oh.
Maybe? I don't know. But if somebody's going to put it in there for him, he could have just asked them to send it on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
No, I feel like he didn't have his sword in jail.
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply.
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Which is why I think he did, in fact,
Yeah,
kill
singular, yeah.
Clint Van Siegs.
Yeah.
But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bombpot you are, you didn't tell me! A blatant breach of trust that was!
I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
Okay, so that's the one that we've got. Then, presumably.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected, can he be expected, to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Wowee.
So convenient indeed.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected.
Details. Nobody cares. God, go away already.
I want to know why.
Because, I think. Another inexplicable mystery then.
I seem to have forgotten my relevant memory card. Yeah. Put that on a CD sometime back in the 90s and, noughties. Aughties. It's gone. Put it in a filing cabinet somewhere.
Well, the thing is, about that will.
Merp, merp, cannot compute. Whoopsie.
We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled,
It can't have disappeared completely.
in my face.
Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Are you suggesting that we make him drink his own urine?
Yeah.
That's really what that sounded like.
Yeah. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean?
The article based on Mr. Draber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Wonder if we need to get Draber back at some point.
Yeah, that'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh, notices your poorly planned government conspiracy. What's this? Oh,
Sorry.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah, you sort of grabbing him and shaking him. I know, but when Susato was all like a wee taste of his own medicine, it
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
it could have gone either way. But no, I agree. I think we should grab him and shake him.
Mm-hmm.
The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office.
Do I need to do this called Kitty voice on command? I think I do.
Yeah.
Bums. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
Oh, you skipped that. Okay, that explains why. Yeah, no, a wee taste. Sorry.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your imminent dismissal. I thought it said disposal.
Well, I mean,
Might as well.
Out
that's
the
what we're
window!
going for.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice.
I couldn't have done anything else.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's... Hello.
Oh, sorry. I was like, no, the president button. I was like, yeah, come on, let's go.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
what name was on it?
I didn't ken afore and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye,
That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was... that the sender of that directive was after.
His face says no.
Mm-hmm.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword, which apparently he did have. There we go. It's in the sword.
Yeah. His sword?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
Yeah, it's so... I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really guessing at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Rinosuke.
Respectful silence.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see.
The weapon is in the weapon, yeah. Or like the will points to the weapon, like this is my last weapon, like.
Dr. Miko Toba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Rice paper? Could have swallowed the ring around that.
Oh my god.
I mean, actually.
Oh?
I mean, obviously we have pointed out the fact that he didn't swallow the ring while he was still alive because it was literally on Genshin's finger after the murder, 2 days before he was arrested.
Yeah, perfect green thing, yeah. You want a monkey?
Yes, please. However, thank you.
One monk.
If we hadn't established that, rice paper. Didn't I say rice paper? Didn't I say rice paper?
You sure as hell
It could have been like a
about
red.
rice paper
Yeah.
before.
Anyway,
I was present when he wrote it.
what did Clint's autopsy say again?
Hold my bacon.
Dual scratches. I mean, like other injuries suggesting a duel. One single stab wound to the chest. I think it was. Wasn't
Special
it?
skill today.
What did you do?
I lost the fucking hippie boy.
Oh boy.
Well, I'll do it later. Don't let me forget it.
You had a clip on the candy bag,
I did.
and then you took the clip off and
took
put
the
it
clip.
somewhere. For
Put
the
it somewhere.
second time today.
I keep doing this today. I keep taking clips
There's a
off.
clip there. Is that probably not the
That-
right one? But that
No,
pink
but I'm
one,
using-
right? No, not that one. The pink one right there.
Oh yeah, it is.
Is that the one?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you for your help. Anyway, sorry.
Sorry that I got awfully close to the microphone.
I hope this is not for microwave. We are.
Oh yeah, and red
Oh,
ink
there
on
it is.
his fingers.
You know
Oh,
what,
you've
I'm
got
using
a
this
second one. Okay.
Thank you.
Well
Anyway,
then.
sorry.
It's a specific finger that mentioned the red ink. Or was it?
Yes, they hold on. We're gonna go to the autopsy, which is it this one?
That.
There we go.
No, wait, that's
That's the
Gregson.
wrong autopsy.
Yeah. Yeah, there was ink on him. There it is. There, that one. Little and ring fingers of the right hand. Was he left-handed? Please tell me he was left-handed.
Well, you know, Japanese is written the other way around. Isn't it? Isn't it written from right to left?
Yes.
So, if he's not used to it, he could very easily...
Clint.
Clint, like, maybe he copied something? I don't know. Ignore what I said. Ignore me. But yeah, recent skin cards on the little raring. Yeah, maybe he had Clint's will, who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming massive jet black earthworms to me.
Is that black, huh?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil?
Sir, it was Scarlet.
Uh-huh.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Uh-huh.
Bet one indeed.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Are we asleep?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not? I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
I'm surprised. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Please.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness, is that really what you saw?
What, sir?
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Ugh, dinna haver, you can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to read it, so...
Yeah, quite.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding? I wonder.
I wonder if he didn't actually write it and it was something that Clint wrote.
Uh-huh.
Clint wrote it. He had it. He kept it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he didn't have writing implements
Yeah.
necessarily. He was just reading it,
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're onto something there.
potentially.
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruto, you must present it to the court at once.
Give me a confession.
That testimony doesn't give much away.
Time for Kanado to rewrite. Sure.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
I'm starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some
Yeah.
bargaining power.
Yeah.
He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruto?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
As the warder responsible too. I've read this one before.
Yeah. So, let's see. He was doing something with that will in his cell.
Yeah, doing something. He didn't say he was writing it. He just said he was doing something with it.
Yeah.
Hid it behind his back.
Yeah, Scarlet Ink plus
Yeah, I
Clint's
think so.
autopsy, yeah. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna save,
Yeah, do just in case.
but then we will push to autopsy. Oh no! Wrong button.
Bums. Well,
I'm gonna load it. No, I'm just gonna quickly go through it. No, actually, because hold on.
it'll also have that conversation. at the other
Susato's
end,
whole
blah, blah,
thing.
blah,
No,
blah.
I'm sorry for hitting the wrong button.
I forgive you.
Thank you. Present, please. Telegram, passport, Clint autopsy report. Right? No. Yes. I hope they'll be like, tell me exactly where.
Objection!
Objection! Scarlet colored writing. Is that what you said? You thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What? What?
Here us again, you've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy. That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink.
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy. Apparently, I can't say anything into it. Oh my gosh, Kionado!
Thank you, Kinado!
I
Bet
freely
won,
admit-
bet lost, bet woohoo.
But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
And reward, give me something to say. I'll say it in the Discord Kitty voice.
Yes.
Just for you.
Yes. Please make her do it.
Your wit is not appreciated. Yes, we should have screenshotted that. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man.
It comes from a show line.
He was well-bred. Genshin made sure of that.
Oh my god! I wasn't gonna go there.
Ooh, yeah. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. Your brother was in fact a dog. Yes, there you go. His brother was a dog. He was the dog that mauled people
American Werewolf in London confirmed.
What is your point, Council?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. You see, the problem is I'm already biased because I've seen the dog.
Yeah.
And it looked awfully whippet shaped.
Do you think Clint would be? But also, like, a massive hound of hell does not a whippet be.
No.
Do you think?
So
like,
clearly
Clint's
it was one of those house goat.
Oh yeah, the hose goats.
Oh.
What are they? Oh my god, what are they?
Oh my
Hose
God.
goats. I can never remember.
No.
Borzoi.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, Borzois,
Yes.
right? Yes.
Yeah.
The wolf hunters.
Yeah.
I fucking love those things. Apparently their life expectancy is only 7 to 10 years. Thanks, Google.
No.
You think he totally felt like a bloodhound? The persona, I want to say though, like an Afghan hound, or like well bred and high maintenance and shit.
Well,
I think an Afghan hound would be a cool persona.
I agree.
Hello, Bean.
Did you hear dog? And we were like,
yeah,
hello.
you heard dog and thought we were talking about you, didn't you, sweetie? Yeah, you did.
Wow, that hound is awake.
She's so awake.
Her eyeballs are beautiful.
They are
in
beautiful.
the RGB lights.
Yes, reflecting in the PC RGB.
Alright, it wants
yeah.
uppies.
The
I'll go
dog
pick it
wants
up.
cuddles. Yes, he
Hold on.
does. Yes, he does. You're so
Sorry, I
cute.
can't deny the dog for cuddles.
No.
So we're gonna have to wait a sec. Anyway, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. Oh. Hey, Boof.
What?
Come here, you.
Cuddles
Are you
for
gonna
the
be a
fun.
pest? Oh, you're gonna be a pest. Oh, you're gonna get into my headset, aren't you? You're trying to get the licorice. No.
Oh yeah, she knows what she likes. I remember something troubled me at the time.
No, dearie, you can't go in there. That is my skin.
Oh, is the dog trying to wear you like a meat suit again?
Yeah. Some dogs just.
Deciding for strong heart, he has failed to wash his own hands with this. Yep. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. You'd think then you wouldn't be all like, oh my god, my brother is like super cool and amazing and would like have washed his fucking hands. He would
That's
have been
because
like, oh,
he's
where's the-"
refusing to accept
Yeah,
the
he's
truth
refusing
right
to
now.
accept the truth,
It's-
which I think
he
we
was
have-
like his big.
Yeah, he was his like.
It's like everything. He built his entire persona to be like his
It
big
is
brother.
True. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But like, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Well,
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the colour of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
sus.
I also like to use unusual coloured ink in my fountain pen.
Yeah, we both do.
Yeah. My current one is gold green.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil,
Sir!
when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then, but what's on that paper? A lost will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
a last will and testament.
Ah! Specific language. A last will and testament.
Uh-huh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changed the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
I think it is, Clint. I think it is.
Yeah.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks. Lord Clint Van Zieks! Holy shit.
What?
Objection!
It's clown time.
Clown time.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
I think he's had this kind of behavior before.
Mm-hmm. Lord Van Zieks.
It's not common though.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught.
I think we have seen that. Well, have we seen that
I
animation?
thought we had. Just because from the side it looks slightly different though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he has gone... when was it, though? Oh, yeah, wasn't it when the professor, when we brought the waxwork in?
Oh yeah, I think so, yeah. I could have sworn I've seen it before anyway.
Maybe the papers are him confessing.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene.
Objection!
The Strongheart's professor.
It is possible
I
actually.
don't hate the concept.
That
I mean,
would
I've
make-
been really fixated on it being Clint since it occurred to me, but...
Yeah, it could be, it could very well be him.
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot.
Clint disliked nobles, so if he killed one and Strongheart mailed him into more murders, maybe he felt he deserved to die. Well, that's also a good point.
That's
I
a
quite
really
like that.
good point, yeah. Yeah. Because, like, somebody is currently also dealing with the assassin exchange, so,
Yeah.
you know...
And clearing all that up.
Yeah.
But the assassin exchange is very much wiping out everything
Yeah.
else, everybody else.
So I was like,
Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
Well, what if Clint found out it was Strongheart and he wrote it there, knowing he's on the hit list and it would be a really good weapon for Genshin? Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, yeah, it would be
Yeah.
a weapon for Genshin if Genshin took it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. He's all like, yeah, hey, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna, And then they fabricated the evidence to make it look like Genshin killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't hate that at all. No.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Knowing that the big guy in the justice thing, justice, is killing people is a lot of pressure. It's true.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head.
That does imply that we're going to say it's Clint.
But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Zato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Huge yip, Pebbles. Put it in the suke?
As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. Or come out of my mouth, you know, whatever.
Yes. Well, that's fun. Sorry, auto mods like,
Yeah, I mean, I get why.
Garantidos. So violent. We have added permitted term, kill the shitheads.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession, is what you said earlier, I think.
I mean, I know chat was starting to lean towards an accusation, but yeah, like I want to say a confession because I believe also that the whole the whole uncomfortable truth or whatever. If it was Strongheart, it's like,
well, yeah, whatever.
Kind of
He was just like, you know, he got like, yeah.
But have we saved?
Yeah,
Can we save?
Yeah, we can save.
I think it has to be.
Yeah, I think it's a confession.
Because
like everything has just been hinting at.
Yeah,
Well,
I feel like that's really what was pointing to it. But yeah, that's the other option. He's either reporting Strongheart or he's confessing.
I just don't think he would have ended up dead if it was an accusation.
Report?
Yeah,
Do you think?
exactly, a report. I don't know.
Well, if it was an accusation, then I mean, it could have been that he knew he was going to die.
Yeah.
He knew that Strongheart knew that he'd found out, for example. But I still think confession.
Also like Susato, so we're sorry.
Yeah,
we
it
have
feels
to,
like it's saying that we can hurt his feelings. Yeah, you're right.
Confession. Let's go.
Because also he's been so convinced that his brother was a paragon of goodliness.
Yeah.
I don't know. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. Yeah, no mass murderer, just mass murderers now. Known as the Professor and his true identity.
Stabbed him in the bottom!
Oh, Van Zieks.
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realise a confession about the true identity of the professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the I can't do this word.
Aristocracy.
Thank you. I don't know why I sometimes struggle with words. Wasn't Genshin a Sogetl? It's too much pressure.
No, you can't be suggesting...
It was in fact a man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Okay, long breakdown. Long breakdown.
Longest breakdown.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The Great Van Zieks family. They've been thorough press at the Registrar's Universe.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice.
But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of
the
atrocities?
If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. Are there different outcomes? I wonder.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruto?
Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zieks? The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did.
Oop.
Balmo. Good name. Balmo. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Yeah, definitely like a wolfhound. Like
Yeah.
either like the Irish wolfhound style, I think, or a borzoi by the sound of
Yeah.
things, because those things are giant.
Massive, yeah.
And hunting dogs.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmong.
God, you're
Yeah,
right.
we did get a dog collar with a B on it before in the
Yeah.
whole band Hound of the Baskervilles
Yeah, and Sholmes was like, "No, I'm
thing.
taking
And
it
Soames
back."
was like, yes, and we do not that. Iris, write this not and give me that. So yeah. After,
Yeah, no, this next chunk, I was like, oh no.
After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar.
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. That
collar
guy.
was covered in blood. Like, was
Yeah,
it like
blood-
left around the
Blood
dog?
I guess. I mean, no, I guess it was just...
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, that was that
Yeah.
that guy who got imprisoned, of
Yeah.
course.
yeah,
And then hid it in the
Yeah.
floorboards that got Olive Green's partner, fiance.
yeah. Fiance
Murdered.
murdered. Yeah,
And I think Sholmes took it.
yeah. Sholmes took it. Sholmes still has it.
Yeah.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage.
Oh boy.
There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
He had a widow.
Yeah, I'm like,
She
what
died-
happened?
I wonder if she died before or after he did.
Yeah, it's like, bro. Did somebody end up, like, being responsible for her death? Did it set him off?
I mean, yeah, widow, of course, like...
Oh yeah, wait, no, I forgot.
Yeah, like, I was like,
Why
widow,
did
that
they
means
even
she
go
said-
with
no,
you?
Yeah, no, right, why, but yeah, he died.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I was just assuming she was dead. She might well still be alive, like, yeah, Iris. I think that might be Iris's mother.
Yeah, I think so, which is why Sham's like, oh no, bye!
I don't think Iris is his widow. I hope. Otherwise he's very much into child bridery.
But still, how the hell did the Iris end up with Sholmes?
Why not?
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
It was very fresh looking blood though.
Is it true then?
Clint Van Zieks really was the professor.
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
"10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed." Very well, then. You may have the truth.
Oh, as a treat.
As a tweet. I did it only for the people of London. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint. Is this
strong
I
heart.
think this is Strongheart, and I'm sorry for your
It's
loss.
fine. I just like that we're going. Are we going back in 10 years? Because that pawn shop is
Yeah, I was going to
exactly
say.
the same stock outside, and that store's been for rent this whole time. And yeah,
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world.
Sorry, it didn't continue that way.
New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society.
I like how we're looking at Baker. She's like, yeah, like Sholmes. Look at
Yeah.
him. He's skeevy.
such a shadow.
Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness.
Oh boy, have I got news for you. Plot-wise of the UK currently, because you ain't wrong either way. Both is good.
Yep.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness.
Gotta go take the trash out to the sidewalk for tomorrow morning's city garbage. Good luck. I hope the trash treats you well.
But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
What's again? What do you mean? Well, we just established your dad
Yeah.
did that. What's your point?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Strongheart himself who shot Genshin, I wonder.
I think so. Yeah.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you're behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
Yeah, it could have been somebody like Gregson.
Yeah,
Like, he's
I
a bit of
agree.
a coward, strong heart.
Yeah.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it. Whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson. Gregson. Sorry. Sometimes Van Six is really difficult. Anyway.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Six. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
Strongheart is indeed not just a clown, he is the entire circus. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
And did we not call it also?
Yeah.
Hee hee ho ho ha ha.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes. It hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, us, Ogie? Kazuma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
I had no choice. Oh.
Objection!
Okay.
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Six? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
I mean, it's not wrong.
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway.
Who let little Gator into the court? If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe.
Ow.
Little lords and ladies dying. Oh.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further.
Yeah, well, nice try, team. Yeah, good job. We tried real hard. But yeah, who the fuck shot him?
Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this.
Things that would totally happen.
Things that would, whatever. Maybe actually, you know what? Potentially. These days, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, probably actually. God knows. All you need is one snitch, though.
Yeah.
I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Yeah, because this court will now explode. Goodbye, all that heard this except me. Oh, well, bye-bye. See you later.
We've rigged the lantern. See you.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Hold it.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Six. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yeah, at some point we do need to use Sholmes' charm after all, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain.
Ah, they deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was saying that they didn't. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. What'd you miss? Strongheart, confessed. He did a whole villain speech. Yeah. Oops.
Surely.
And coincidentally at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once. Not more.
Only once. Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Oh.
Spicy.
That will do. Neither Clint Von Six nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
But it's 2 pages.
It is 2 pages.
It's-
Yeah. It's 2 pages.
The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
But it's 2 fucking pages. The autopsy report's 3 pages of Clint.
Mm-hmm.
The will is 2.
Later today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. And that is all. Court is adjourned.
As you say, there are still so much stuff that we need to do.
Objection indeed. What the fuck? Yeah, we are very much objecting this. I'm gonna poke your head some more. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me. Imagine what would happen if Phoenix Wright people stopped saying things like, I never saw the victim before, or her red handkerchief. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, objection, Mr. Stinky Judge. I've still got stuff to say to my arch frenemy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, right? If Phoenix Wright people stop dropping like random amazing hints in their accidental stuff.
Yeah. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What's discovery?
My lord? I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction, yeah, it's him himself.
Oh, yeah.
What contradiction?
That all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Seeks and his recollection about his brother.
Oh, this time they're going to hold their hand, sure.
But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord
Strongheart, he sent 3 pages. He's gone. So you swear, because it was dumb haircut sucking his brains out, it's just turning him into, oh my god. Asahi.
Oh. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Go on, Rinosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem.
Well, gee, who can incriminate himself here?
Neither Clint Van Seeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
I'm sorry, your tummy hurt, is it?
Oh!
Is it Strongheart's fault? It's probably Strongheart's fault.
It's okay. Strongheart's going to yell some more and then your tummy will feel better, I promise. What? Yeah.
Yes.
I shouldn't make promises.
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi.
It's a good point, though, the sword.
And the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. But yeah, this is the problem. It was a 2-page will and testament. So we have
We
have 3 pieces of evidence and 2 pages.
Yeah, Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statement you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
I do still think the sword is going to come into play, though. I think it's probably that the papers are wrapped in the hilt.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Inosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
It will use the sword to murk Strongheart. You know what? I am okay with that. Well.
2 pages.
Well.
2 pages. Two.
Yeah,
See?
one of two. Two of two.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah!
Could it be that could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden! Oh, thank you, Counsel. I misspoke. It was 2 pages. Guilty! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
Wow.
Randomly, I carry it around in my fucking pocket. What?
Much of a hoarder as my mother.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
Yes, it's going to be a riddle to point to the sword, isn't it? I reckon.
My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read worm language. Now, this beautiful handwriting, shame on you, Barry.
No,
Oh,
that's your line.
that's about right. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
It's quietly being dashing and handsome over here. Just over here. Yeah.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father!
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword.
It's in the fucking court record.
A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit, and I broke it, by the way. It's not known to me.
Oh, shut up, Fonzigs. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of the Asogi papers have been updated in the court record.
Wow.
It seemed that there was a third page to it.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now.
Yeah, as if Strongheart didn't want to get rid of that particular one himself, considering he could be like, oh dear.
And now I am
appear
starting to
be-"
wonder if it was in fact Strongheart,
Yeah.
though.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of did like a weird double switcheroo.
Yeah.
Believed, I don't, yeah.
It means he
I
killed
also-
a dog.
Yeah, I know, right? I also know where he can stick that growl of his. Strongheart definitely looks like the kind of guy who could kill a dog.
Yeah.
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However, you dress it up. There was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart? What exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruto.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it'll be all over. But can I? Oh no! No!
Well, I guess-
clicked by accident! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. I haven't investigated it yet.
What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Ooh. It's high time that you realized something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense!
What is it, Rinosuke? What do you have?
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you...
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma. If you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Still examine it.
Twist its head.
There
Boop
we are.
boop, beep bap.
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it? It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Asoki's word really mean twist the butt of the hilt.
Twist your ass!
Twerk in court, and then everything will be fine.
You don't think... Behold! Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Oh yeah. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zieks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So, for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint Van Zieks' will has been entered into the court record. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks that has been hidden inside the great sword Karuma for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi.
Imagine if it got wet and was just mush after all these years. Imagine. Oh god.
I mean, it's been carried around.
mean,
I'm surprised
yeah.
it hasn't.
What if we dropped it in the sea? Imagine.
We can't investigate it. How about that? We can't look at this.
That's rude.
We can present it. There is
Also save. I'm sorry, she didn't save. She's just forging right ahead.
Yeah, we have. You know, there's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. What?
I said choo choo.
Choo
We're
choo.
on the court train. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
So apparently we weren't obviously fucking around with swords in the
Apparently
courtroom.
not.
Like,
No, we just... Maybe we did it under the desk.
it was literally entered in the court record.
Yeah.
But yeah, but
Nah,
you know.
we did it under the desk. We were like...
Yeah.
Duck down. Yeah.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will.
Not even the judge can penetrate into
The court record dimension!
This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh. Oh.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
We really did do it under the bench.
We did, apparently, yeah. It's
Like,
just...
cheating on a test.
Mm-hmm.
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma!
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has laid undisturbed in the hilt of this sword for all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Sorry, the dog also just woke up on my lap.
Okay. Mlim, 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 mlim.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection.
You can't do that, my lord. That document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country.
Not just your justice.
Mm-hmm.
I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
Oh, leg!
Oh my. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zix really did pen a will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out! Now!
We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools!
Go ahead, Rinosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
For God's sake! No!
Do not.
And with that, my larynx left my body.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m, and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Oh, we even got artwork!
Oh, that's kind of good.
I, Clint Van Zix, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zix Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the I can't do the word. Can you do the word?
Aristocracy.
Thank you. Which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile... Was it avarice?
Avarice. Also
Yeah.
impotent.
Thank you. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Yeah. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaw of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast.
Right. Well, that explains everything, doesn't it?
There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Tisogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Well, I certainly do. I tell you that for nothing.
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mill Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that was the court. You claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country.
You said there's no way that's all of that's on one page and a little bit of what Will from Asogi was on 3. Maybe Clint had really, really tiny handwriting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
and
with that.
And Asogi was all like thick brush strokes, freedom of expression. Flows like the wind. And Clint was like, gonna cramp my hand. Maybe double-sided, also possible. Although his signature was at the bottom of the first page.
Yes.
So.
No, that was
Suspend your disbelief. What?
Yeah, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now.
Do you sign all pages? You do sign all pages, don't you? I'd forgotten. Good catch. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
I like how it was like first like, yeah, no, they took out the professor took out some really bad people in this class. It's like, oh no, it was just one.
Yeah.
Oops.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done.
London's unsavoury shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man.
Oh, Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference.
Fucking gesticulating here like a freaking Disney villain. I just want you all to know that.
As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
You remember Break, it's his first time in court. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 a.m. with Dagoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Sashira, you fool!
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Ah. Ah.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Trevor.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
Yeah, they did the logical thing and didn't just kill Drebba. I know, right? They
Yeah.
could have just killed him and been like, oh, a guard found him grave robbing and
Yeah,
shot him on
quite.
sight.
That would have been so much easier, but no!
Yeah, exactly. That would be the normal thing to do. But I guess he was probably just looking for a reason to kill the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat.
He is named after a victim in a study in Scarlet, yes.
He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged.
And he did it. I feel so sorry for Genshin, actually. Because, he didn't know what the fuck was happening. He got out
Yeah.
in a freaking metal mask,
Yep.
and then he just got shot, and then Yeah, Strongheart is bad at sudden snap decisions. Yeah.
When I later learned of the waxwork modeller's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
You genuinely think he must have just been looking for a good reason to shoot Genshin, though.
Yeah, for sure.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death!
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order!
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals?
Well, I'm just...
Dog doesn't like if yelling happens.
No, the dog gets very sensitive.
Even when it's fake yelling.
Even when it's fake yelling. I was actually surprised that she's been sleeping through it before. Yeah, you're so good. And other boss is good too.
Thank you.
Nobody's yelling at anybody. Anyway. Fire with fire, like with Magnus McGilded. Yeah, McGriddle.
We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper!
Yeah, she's very
Yeah, she
impatiently
probably does.
waiting.
Yeah, she's impatiently waiting. It is a little later than usual, yes.
Just a wee bit.
Can't you see all that I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
That is a surprising thing to hear him say.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
Miss Olive Green for New Chief Justice. Yeah,
It's honestly...
this is how she ends every case.
Thank you.
I declare them guilty. You think he broke his back?
Oh,
I think he did.
wait.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Oh,
Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully it did a good job.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvellous performance!
what are you talking about now?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English! Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness!
You broad. Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Yep, you've been calling it since the beginning, Dio.
Uh-huh.
Very good. Very good.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Hold on, dog wants to go down again. Can you pick dog up?
I can pick that up.
Give me you.
Jeez.
Oh, you sure warm and soft, and I've got your. Thank you for not yelling. Oh, you are so warm.
Don't give me the side eye like you want to come back here.
Yeah. Well, you can just walk away.
Maybe
that's
she wants a
fine.
drink.
Yeah, she probably does. She probably is thirsty. She's going to her bowl.
But I've been spurned.
Yeah.
Give me a high five. Dog just turns her back and walks away. Wow. Can you feel the love? The love? This feels like when we're finally going to use that charm, you know, right?
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So, let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak.
The Tories would carry the next election. Yeah.
That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector.
Just get the press to run some smear campaigns against the opposition. It'll be golden.
Fine, yeah.
It'll be fine. People will believe you.
And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
There's a musical in this, I think. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
For good reason, if this is what leads it.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. I've done such a terrible job, are you sure you can tell anyone? Yeah, it's really quite an impressive speech. Who Wants to Bet Show's broadcasted the entire thing. Oh, he does have a little listening device attached to us after all.
Oh yeah.
This guy has a lot of air in so much of his body.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
Yeah, given that he keeps mentioning the Queen, I wouldn't...
He has a point.
The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand,
Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital?
we can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate.
By fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
Oh my god, they're chanting his fucking name. They sure did butt this man.
Yup. Oh yeah. Holy shit.
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
Oh, this checks out. This is way too realistic.
Oh, for sure. Agreed.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
We have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still, he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Vinisuke!
This is this is way too real. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me.
I guess use evidence?
Yeah, use evidence
And then use the evidence. Yeah, like the
use the Sholmes
Sholmes clown train, yeah.
hair.
Choo choo. I think so.
Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come out of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it's now. Where's the little shit?
He's
there?
right there.
Oh, yeah. Ha. Do I have to like? No, I just have to. I think I have to like present it. Yeah.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl.
Sorry, gun. Right, I agree, is it?
yes, we're fine.
I don't know how, but I've got to use this.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you ever fired a gun before?
Oh no, but I'm pretty sure now's a great time to learn.
So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave.
Alright, here goes.
Yeah.
Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What?
It's Mr. Sholmes. I'm sorry, is he a fucking hologram now or what?
I wasn't expecting
Like-
you back, sure.
Genuinely, is he a fucking hologram?
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Pop his hat up and see if he's got a
Yeah.
little H on his...
What? What is the meaning of this?
Sholmes Miku.
Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man!
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord! We just go right
My
through him!
God!
This is extraordinary. Fuck. This is how I die.
Ma, 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 ma. Ma, ma. You can't touch me! No, 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 no. No, no. You can't touch me!
I'm afraid your efforts
Are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
How could they touch him? They have no eyes. It's true.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
Somewhat incidentally, I
thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sherms, now you're just being immodest. Do you need to say you're not actually here, Sherms?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner wouldn't have no trouble grasping the concept. You're struggling to suspend your disbelief? Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah.
Except he's grasping to stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Zinx is exactly how we all feel.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am, at present, enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Drinking tea with somebody.
The garden.
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace!
What's a Buckingham Palace, Mr. Darto? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Nutterhoder?
Mr. Sherms? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty.
Her Majesty!
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
Didier really got Apollo's dodgeball of prophecy thrown directly at their face. No, right? Yeah, this game, are we surprised? Are you surprised this game's a joke? We all said it's gonna end in just absolute tomfoolery.
Mm-hmm. What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Nutterhoder. You do believe that Strongheart has shut his pantaloons. I agree. It's just as well they're a hideous, olivey, that baby poop colour. So he'll be fine.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be... I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session, attended by elite members of the judiciary, is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You meddling...
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling even you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings?
I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You! I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
I hope she can't see from the bunny charm, otherwise she's seen a whole lot of Pocket.
Hey! A lot of people want to see a whole lot of Pocket! Huh? Huh?
Not that much, though.
No. I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vicky.
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Oh, we're only gonna get.
Yeah,
a
looks like
message.
we're going to get. Yeah, sorry, we're not. We no Queen Vic. She is not amused, I imagine.
A message?
Well then. Oh look, Iris is pouting because he took her message. I think.
Yes.
I think she was like, I want to read the message, and James was like, nope. Guilty.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably...
Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart? The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice.
Give it a couple hundred years or so.
In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. I want confetti. I want fireworks.
I want fireworks.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
Like the game's like, oh, I don't know what to say.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh, he only snapped it. Oh!
Oh, and he broke his back.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh, please. Oh, give us fireworks. Please.
Wait. Oh, wait. Oh.
Oh, super mega justice. Oh! Wow, okay. Is he just gonna die? Is he just gonna...
Oh.
Are we just... Is he...
Oh, he's gonna get impaled. No, should he? Oh no, he's... Oh!
Oh my god. That's...
Are we okay?
The fire is working. This is a lot. A lot. Oh my. Oh my.
Lord Clint Van Seeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Ass Ogie's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation, but I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person.
They will have done.
Despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
If in 60 you want to like punch him, be okay, I think, at this point.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament.
Pardon?
What?
Page 2.
The Van Dyke says, do look like it reads 400, right? Yeah.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
I ignored this bit before because it wasn't helpful for the case. I know, how dare we? That's such bad justice.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect.
Sorry, I should have read that last bit. My bad, but whatever.
No, we didn't know.
He has agreed to honour my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
So, did he pen this after the duel?
No.
I was like, it's kind of, but yeah.
Clint.
And I love that they're making Van Zieks stand next to Strongheart
Yeah.
with
There's no one else in the
with a weapon.
Male Strongheart, you colluded with Shishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned even the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country.
Maybe Strongheart's like slouching
Mm-hmm.
because he's defeated. Crazy bitch.
And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained even. God,
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, burned his height away. Maybe he was wearing like those shoes that make you taller, and they just like melted. So now he's just a shorty. Not that he's that short, but you know, he's. Just...
And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah,
Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanour in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore... Wow, well done.
Wow, old judge is back!
That we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. My lord. My lord, even.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Not like you remember anything ever.
No, right?
Oh, the darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years at last has been dispelled.
Let's not pretend that you weren't one of the people probably yelling strong heart, earlier on. Come on, man. No, right?
Oh, I hope nobody heard me doing that. Hawks.
Facts?
No, that was no fact.
Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Not according to, like, all the lords and ladies, like, legitimate.
No, quite.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Six.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Zato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. And our arch-frenemy, the brilliant Lord Van Six, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sharps.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief!
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. That's not true. Like, we're going to talk about how happy Van Six is feeling right now. I've lived that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Yeah, okay, fair enough, there we go. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
It'd be so funny if everyone was a little child.
As it should have been. Except for Sharps.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So we can't ignore that our best friend is still under arrest. I mean, yeah, I think we're all just gonna forget that, right?
Well, my dear fellows, you're all looking a little singed. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
Thanks to you and your fellows, we have finally enough evidence to convict the mastermind, Inspector Hasanaga.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks not guilty! Woo! Yay, confetti!
It was the omnibus all along! No, I will not hear a name against my beloved omnibus! Pew pew.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Yippee. I'm going to suggest that if there is any
Yeah, I think...
lengthy
I don't care what it's going to
expounding,
do now.
we should finish this tomorrow
Yes. Because
it is 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I know later for some of you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
You have a good night, is it? Yeah, like, because everything
Yeah.
else is going to be wrapping up. I think we all suspect a lot of things. It's too, yeah,
Yeah,
quite.
exactly.
It's been 4 hours, 44 minutes. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Great Skinado, for the gift subs.
Oh. Oh no, you have an early meeting at work!
Oh, no!
Doodles.
I feel awful. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, I'm also past my bedtime. It's
Yeah,
like,
for
oh
sure,
no.
for sure. It is,
So tomorrow, what we will do is I suspect it won't be enough for a full stream.
Probably, yeah.
So I don't know what we're gonna do afterwards.
As long as I don't have to do
Stormheart. Well,
Ever
he's
again.
gonna fix it now. But yeah, I think either we'll just do like one of the extra cases,
yeah, and just like
or we pull out one of the other games. It's
yeah,
fine.
just
Maybe
pull
we'll do
up-
some 14 fishing. Remember how
Oh yeah,
that
actually
works?
that would be fun.
We haven't done that in forever.
Yeah, we could do. We
Um,
could finish off with a 14 stream.
I don't know. We'll just plap something in there depending on how much time is left.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that should be fun either way.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll just. I mean, even if it's like half an hour, we'll just fill it up with 14 fishing or something.
Yeah. We'll see.
Although that's like one window, but
Eh.
your throat hurts just hearing how much I put into his voice.
Yes.
You're welcome. I'm sorry.
She has hydration.
I do. I have been drinking tea this whole
Yeah.
time, but still.
Oh, thank you all for joining
Yeah,
us. That
no,
was-
thank you.
that
I was having a whale of a time, honestly.
Yeah, I was
You
like,
could possibly show up a little bit in your alt account. That would be fun.
oh,
That would be fun. Everyone is always welcome to join us.
Absolutely, come
when
join
we do
us in
14
fishing.
stuff. Yeah.
If you want to know, we play on Cerberus on Chaos.
Yeah.
So, the loser world cluster.
Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo.
That's us. But yeah.
I think our next game is actually going to be Amber Isle.
Yes, but
yeah.
that's gonna be you, and you're gonna start fresh.
Yes.
So you don't know anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it's just Slime Rancher or something. Well, Amber Isle's very chill.
Yeah.
And very fun.
Yeah.
And super vibes.
Yeah, it's a lot of vibes. You have opinions on some of the UI choices.
I hate the UI with an intense passion, but everything else I love about the game. I just think they should have gotten a UI designer.
Yeah, we will finish the Aftermath here, yes.
Oh,
we'll,
yeah,
we'll
absolutely.
be finishing the Aftermath tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just not today.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And then
Yeah.
depending on how much we've got left after we're done with that, we'll potentially do like 14 fishing or something. And then next week,
We'll start.
probably start Amber Isle. I
Yeah.
will start fresh
Yeah.
with a new character.
Because you haven't played it at
Because
all.
I haven't played it at all. I've seen you play the demo that one stream.
And you can finally start streaming for a bit.
Yeah, my PC is beefy now.
Yeah.
I have beefy peefy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that sounded weird. Let's
I
pretend.
don't know what that
Strike that from the record!
It's late, okay? Early.
It's sleepy bye time.
Yeah, the demo was pretty fun.
Yeah.
They fixed some stuff and made other stuff worse, I think. Although you were also having problems because you were doing stuff that the game clearly wasn't expecting you to do.
Yeah, no, I was like the fact I couldn't save and like.
No, I didn't mean the
demo. Oh, what?
the demo. I meant when
Oh,
you were actually playing it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
doing some boundary testing here and there, but
Yeah. I already missed Funseeks as well.
Yeah,
now
same.
I'm genuinely
Yeah.
sad we're going to be leaving him behind.
yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the other games to go on sale at some point.
But they won't have
But-
Funseeks in them.
I know,
But
but
yeah. So there is a good chance that we will be doing more Ace Attorney
yeah.
games in the future.
But it will be a while,
Yeah.
so you can just take a break for a bit.
No more glass crashing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think what we need is something to remember him by. Still,
Yeah, so
I
you
need
can
to
make
do.
an emote.
I need to do like an emote
Mhm.
or a little animation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you redeem what they called the free ones, channel points
Points.
or whatever for animations?
I think you might be able
Does it
to.
have to be bits? Because if you can do channel points for animations, that would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
An artisanal chalice, yeah, that is so tempting though. Plush artisanal chalice is just something that I desperately want to make.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Oop.
Oop. Etch with kobolds.
Let's get the heck to bed.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah.
Let chat
My
also go
very
to bed.
first piece of stream merch. Artisanal chalice with kobolds. Or, I mean, the wobble dogs thing. Lava.
You also need to make iron lava.
I do need to make iron
Mhm.
lava. Anyway.
Yes. Let's get the fuck to bed.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Same.
I really, truly am. Yeah, let's see if I can still talk tomorrow. I'll try my best. I hope everybody has a good day tomorrow.
And today.
And today,
Just
yes,
have lots
later
today
today.
left.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to our stream. Hang on. Do I need to do Strongheart's voice today? But the one that I can do.
Yes.
Thanks for coming to our stream. Don't forget, keep the heart in your heart. Always follow the kobold motto. Live, laugh, loot, objection. And until next time, I hope you all be well. Good night.